Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, push button, lower the volume, check that's working. Right, let's get back into this. There's one thing we want to do quickly before we actually start finishing rooting all of these things, and I want to make sure that all of the buildings that I've built don't accept. I want to turn off the truck supply-in for them, just in case. I think everything here, all of these have auto on, so it should turn itself off, but we can be explicit about it. I don't think there's any reason not to be. Copy, paste, paste. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Same here. Yep. Also gives it the chance to verify that all of these are configured the way that they should be for what they're supposed to be producing. These are just bricks. These are going to have to go bye-bye at some point in the next 3 weeks. I did see the notification on the news item. They are removing bricks from the game. In the next update, it's going to add a whole bunch of extra things. I don't know how much it's going to break, but obviously if it's going to break bricks, then we should probably make sure we get off bricks. Oops, copy that one, paste that one there. Now there is something else I want to try and do once we've got all of this ready. We are paused, yeah. Probably going to leave the game paused for a while, just while we finish setting up all of this and start getting things built. Principally because these are all different. Since we have capped on all of our resources, more or less, in terms of their storage, having things run in and it's like fuel being drained and all that lot doesn't serve us at all. So we're going to leave that for now. I think I want to space all of this out a little bit further than I already have. That has room to expand this way if we need it to. This doesn't really have room to expand in any direction, so I think we'll move this way. As far as we can. Yeah, figured it would probably do that, that's fine. Oh, wrong way around. Yeah, that is something I didn't actually consider. We are going to need to remember that a truck needs to be able to get over to here to be able to pick up stuff from there. Trucks should have access up this way, probably. So they should still have a way to get there. We could add another bridge here. It's not like we're doing anything with this bit here. But we need to use one of these. Ah, no, we can't because that's too tall. You hold bricks. And yes, we need to make sure none of these are allowed to import. These ones are explicitly to hold the outputs. Don't export from that. That isn't allocated at the minute. No, it wants to be allocated to lab equipment. And don't export from there. And we need to set the same thing for this. Don't export from here. What's supposed to be this? Electronics. Was it electronics we was going to be putting into there? The iron's coming in from this side. They're all configured correctly. Suppose this was the next thing we was going to try and sort out, but I want to shift everything over some so we have room to grow a bit more. Okay, there we go. Bit more space so we have room to grow. We still have all of this area over here for building other things. And we're probably going to start mining out some of this sand so we can actually get concrete production going at some point. But we'll see. And yeah, these can then be expanded out this way. Now, I assume the plan was to export from here and bring this into here. We have electronics right there, so I don't know why we wouldn't just bus it straight in. So it does make me wonder why I thought we was going to use this. So yeah, I don't think we need this. Okay, root the iron first. That's copper. That's copper there, and then we have the iron here. It's 9 each. Which one of these belts was we saying wanted to go where? $15. That was it. We wanted to have a belt dedicated to this one, and that. 6, 12, 36. So yeah, whichever one feeds these wants to feed that. You're the bypass, so it is the lower belt. Can come out from here. This needs to loop around this way. That's 12, that's 8. Okay, so this is cheaper. Oops, we've accidentally unpaused the game. So we pause it again. You... There we go, that's better. And yeah, they're going to need to be flat lifts. I keep pressing 1 to try and select that and unpausing it. Is that connected? Looks like it's connected. Okay. So that means that we can bring in this lot from over here. I think these two lines are over the top of that anyway, so we might just be able to run this straight in. And then these can actually still just go straight away over the top. We have a line of copper. One lot of copper's going over there. The other lot of copper is going over to there, I think. Why would I do that? I am now puzzled by my decisions last week. Well, not last week, on Thursday. Why have we brought a line of copper along here? If we've also routed one along here. And this one is intended to go to these. Because if it's going to go to these, why can't I just fork it off here, bring it down here, and then bring it along here, over there and into there? Why bring it all the way around this way? I think we may have just been planning ahead. Because the other iron line is going to come along here. It'll go under this bridge. Split here and connect into here. And that's going to come down to here. Maybe we was bringing the copper over the top this way, specifically for that reason? So the one went into here, and then both of these went over there. Came together into this. We'll work along with that idea. Stop trying to snap. Can you sit yourself on top of there? Good. Okay, near side one is iron, which is good. Copper one can just get immediately split off, I think, or filtered off and go that way. Because if we're going to expand this, it'll expand this way by one. And then we can use, again, I've unpaused it by trying to press, or by pressing 1 to activate something that doesn't work that way. Okay, we have room to keep these on separate levels at this point. Okay, I'll feed iron into here. Let's continue to focus on getting the iron and the copper to where we need them. That does mean that or this layout does mean that the truck can't get into here, or probably can't get close enough to this if it needs to unload those. And that is our only store of them. I mean, they can come around this way at the minute. There's no need to give ourselves so little room. There we go. That gives us a bit more wiggle room. They can get it to these from here, so that's fine. Actually, I think I'm going to change these to be... because they shouldn't need to go under another bridge for the time being. Let's actually have these be too tall. I was kind of hoping that that would be, or that this here would be too wide in the middle. But that's fine. Okay. Too far. Figured out what I wanted it to do correctly. There we go. Right, so that feeds science. We just need to feed these two sets here. And pull this out from here and go into there. Is there anywhere else that needs the electronic things? I think, yeah, these ones do. So we need to bring one out over to here to feed it into here. Okay, this copper is going over to there, so we don't need this to be in line with the bridge in any way, shape or form. In fact, let's tweak. We'll bring this up too as well. Okay. Iron goes in there, that's coming along there. These come from this side. So that should be all okay. You haven't quite been stuck yet. You can figure out a way out of here. Let's allow it to escape before we actually seal it in. There we go. And in fact, we can unpause these because we're happy with their placements. And we should also, I think, get this section here working. Okay, I want to get this thing, or this bit here, built so that we can tear this down and expand our water production. I think I might also enable, for the time being, in fact we will do, because it's too far away to be of great use, but for an emergency scenario, it's probably better we have it running. I also want to get one of these planned. And I'll tell them that you can go ahead and just build that now. Do not import any more here. Do not import any more here. No, let's just get these to be emptied. Indeed, we did just disable that. I don't think we ever connected you up, but that's fine. So that'll allow that opportunity to empty out. These are done, these are done. These are done. We just need to hook this up. Don't even need to go to a double layer for this. We can just do it. Oh no, we will do, because we'll need to. Yeah. Okay. Might as well stack them. Doesn't really matter which way round these end up being connected. Okay. Right, we'll let them build all this stuff first. Then we'll look at activating one of these. And then we'll get it to build most of the conveyor lines. Something else I wanted to try, while I actually do remember it, I want to temporarily remove the 4 wideness nature of this. Because I was thinking, how do I get you to go down? Do I explicitly have to give you a dig command? I think I would need to give it a dig command. That's fine, we can give it a dig command. I want to do it that way instead. Maybe bring it back a bit further. So the reason I wanted to make this change is because I wanted to see whether or not I could drop a vehicle production over here and a tower over here, and then use Unity to insta-build them, so that I can then hopefully build a digger and a truck and insta-build them, or build them elsewhere and teleport them over here by recovering them, and get them to start working on digging all of this out. And we may as well flatten this mountain as well, because it's resources we can use to start building from this side. This is what I was thinking. Whether or not it will work or not is another matter entirely, but this is what I was thinking. I am going to, though, I don't know if I'm level anymore or if I'm in line anymore. Let's get directly overhead so that we can judge this better. Okay, let's move it back by 2. Dig down to 8. Flatten out. And then convert this to be this more cleverer tool. Flatten. Okay, so buildings for vehicles, vehicle depot. And then we're also going to need a mine control tower. We're going to need an ore sorting plant, touch wood. The only thing this is going to sort is dirt and rock. Loose storage. Just input it directly. Ah, we can't. So we are going to have to try to tell it to build some belts as well then. That was dirt. That was rock. Keep them empty. Okay, change your build material area. We may end up running out of storage before we've managed to get all the way along. Okay, you empty? You're empty, these are not. Let's pause the construction of that for the time being so that it doesn't start producing there. We want to kind of start getting rid of some of our copper in that case. But we can deconstruct these. Nope. Oh, it still actually had some coal in it. Okay, that is producing. There's some mining designations outside of the mining tower area. Most of these are not... Is it just because it's not built yet? I kind of wish that these were more individual interfaces. Because one thing, obviously, let me get my triple monitor up. I have lots of screen real estate. What I'd love to be able to do is, as well as having multiple things on each of these individual graphs, I'd love to be able to, I can't even move this window, have this window over on this screen over here, and just leave it up permanently. That sort of thing is very useful. Okay, I think it's just because that isn't built. Okay. We'll finish off getting the basic stuff over here done first, and then we'll see about doing that over there. Are we out of concrete? Yes, that's fine. We can get concrete from here for wood. Okay, all of our construction materials have gone. That's expected. These are producing... Are you making as fast as you can do? Extremely busy. Busy doing what? What are my trucks busy doing? They're doing what I was worried they was doing. Getting water from here. So that's the lowest priority then. have space to build more trucks, and we probably should have more trucks. But what we're building at the minute is supposed to reduce the need for those trucks to be there. Do we still have some? We do have some of that. Let me... it's still going to need the rest of this to be imported. And if we build this here, then we... no, they're going to go around anyway. They have routes. Okay, let's... since we have some spare... Interesting. So their collision meshes are actually very precise. Is it really worth me doing this? No, it's not. All of this is going to get torn down. It's not worth the effort, given that the trucks are already extremely busy getting them to pull the stuff over. Interesting that you park there while you're waiting. 15 trucks spare. Let's just make a few additional trucks, unless... there's one there. Let's have a look at exactly what they're doing. What are they busy with? Mostly it's moving dirt around. Yeah, I forgot I'd said these guys going. That's fine. Should be using that much. It's not like it's only one truck going to get water. Okay, once it's got rid of the iron, we can then rip up this bit. We could probably punch a hole through here as well, just to speed up the flow of getting this material over to here. Because that cuts down on this entire journey there. How far up that way do they actually need to go to get around? Because I can't actually see the path they've got. Okay, yeah, they're coming up here. So punching a hole through there would help. Okay, that is empty, which means we can disassemble that. all of this, that, all of this. Okay. This isn't where this is actually going to go. I just want to get a template sorted. Trying to be too clever it is. Let's just take from there and go that way because that's the plan. And then have that there. Now we can just copy paste that. And we'll have 2 lines of them, will be the plan. Have we stopped population growth for the minute? Yes, okay. Our food stores are fine, so we don't need to worry about it. Do I need to shift this way some? I don't think so. That's a fluid input as well, so yeah, you can just go underneath all of this, that's fine. We don't need to move this. We do need to keep in mind that this is here. And it might be better served being somewhere else. No, I think it's fine where it is, because it's serving this entire mountain range. And while we're mining away at this part here, eventually we'll be back over here again. So no point moving it around a whole bunch. Okay, you should be empty now. You're just waiting to get rid of your impure copper. You're waiting to get rid of your copper. Now, how do I want to manage this? I don't want to get rid of these, but I might move them. I still want to have basically a bunch of these that this can offload into. That just is effectively emergency storage. Dried out due to lack of water again. Did the vegetables really take that much more water? I didn't think they did. But they only take a little bit more water. No, they take less water. Ah, but they take 4 months to grow. It's not even the summer months. We was getting so much rain when we initially started on this map. But that rain has just evaporated. Pun not intended. Trees are about ready though, which is nice. Are you still waiting for... You're not operating because you're missing bricks at the minute. Yeah, we need these trucks. We have some... Unity. Oh, you've cleared out the area we asked you to. Good. In that case, I think we'll just tell you to start cutting down the mountain. Okay, you're not currently getting water. Because that isn't being built. So yeah, we're limited by our trucks at the minute, by the looks of it. I think we can actually build this. And if we build that, then this will get emptied quicker. Okay, do I want to run it into a fluid balancer first? Yeah, for the sake of bringing it all together and having it in one place. No, I don't need you to avoid that. Just go straight through it. You can go straight through it. There you go. That's how you work. Okay. That's in the way of their current path. So let's put that there. Still not empty. That is empty though, as is the belt, so they can go bye-bye. Let's also take down this section here. think we ideally want to have the brick manufacturers also taken down. But we'll get things built in an order. So yeah, the plan is going to be start enabling this bit by bit so that we can get these up and running and then get these up and running. Just one of each so that we can tear down what we have here. You can probably pull these down at this point as well. We have a healthy supply of coal. Shame I can't speed up the production speed. They're apparently extremely busy, but yet there are ones just sitting around doing nothing at the minute. Okay, the only thing left in here is the copper that needs to go out, so we can tear down all of this. Let's give that water a location to go to. Good, that's been built. So let's unpause this lot. I see unconnected pipes. How did you manage to not be connected? Did we not use a pipe balancer here? I guess not. I don't think it's strictly speaking needed for this lot. We have a healthy supply of bricks already, so I don't think we need to keep these this running here. So let's actually also take this down. Unpause that as well. They're doing a good job. Oh, does it not? It only has a recipe. Okay, that's all of that. That's gone. You're shifting that. You're also collecting that. Let's give this a boost of water, since we are trying to empty this. I get a feeling the trucks might be heading back over to here to collect from here instead. Okay, so that reserve refills itself. I'm assuming oil does not. We're still okay. Farm cannot store all vegetables, that's fine. Stuck. Why are you... no job. You stuck. You is stuck. Come on. Figure out what you're supposed to be doing. I think it actually may be that these are now waiting for dirt to fill in all of this. And the digging is done. That being the case, this can now be torn down. And we can move that digger over to here. Give you an additional truck. Getting this built out is going to be more important than getting this built out. So let's temporarily do that, which will then force them to come over to here instead, which is further away, but that's fine. Okay, they're done. Let's bring this lot online. What's our stockpile look like? That is probably going to eat through all of our current stockpile, but we can start getting some of the rest of this online. We can unpause this and this. Okay, trucks can still get to those. They'll have to come along here and under there and along there, but they can still get to them. That's fine. Okay. I think I want to shift this downward a little bit. We're not worried about food at the minute, so I'm just worried about figuring out where this wants to be. Because we do want to bring pipes out of the top of that. Good, they all connect correctly. I might move that control tower. We'll shift the whole thing up a couple of blocks. So there will be fine. I've accidentally shifted it over a little bit. Okay, yeah, that'll do. On a construction project for now. We want to get all this done first, and we are now out of construction materials, which is fine. We expected that. Trucks are still extremely busy. I imagine shifting dirt and rocks around, yeah. Particularly now that I've told them to drop it off over here. It's not going to help. Okay, fuel situation is sorted, so we may as well have a look around a bit more. Maybe we'll get some useful resources. Maybe we won't. This is going to get moved. In fact, this is of no use to us whatsoever at the minute. We should probably move this as well, but where to? Vehicle parts are there. We could put it here. That would make sense. All of the resources it needs are fairly nearby. We'll move it back a little bit. Hopefully that's not going to cause a problem. It's not like we're going to dig this bit out and down. If we're going to get sand, we'll get it from here. Okay, iron's coming in. Actually, let's pause for a second. Empty that out, please. You export over to here. Export is the highest priority. Damn it, which one of these is coal? You'll assume that one because it's the one it wants to attach to. Good. Start mothballing this section. Not enough. Really? Not enough maintenance, it says. I wonder if the belts require maintenance. Buildings that require maintenance usually tell you, don't they? At least I thought they did. Label need. Oh. Maintenance depot isn't getting delivered electronics. Do we not have any electronics, or is no one's delivering the electronics? That's the problem. Maybe serve these as a higher priority. Okay, so that's something I didn't realize, and we are going to have to fix. 24. 12 goes in there. That still leaves us with a positive number. We're going to need to split this. You're trying to go up 2 rather than 1 at the minute. Ah, that belt is too close. That's the problem. Okay, there we go. Our maintenance issues are fixing themselves. But our trucks are still extremely busy moving dirt and stuff around. You know what? Let's... Hopefully that will increase their priority to deliver stuff to there and do stuff with that. Supply these first. You can move the dirt around later. I know there's a lot of dirt to move around. We have allocated a whole bunch of stuff to be dug and to be placed. But we want to be expanding, and that means we need materials. The vegetable farm's just going to continually... Are you delivering water to here? No. If the vegetable farm's just going to continually dry out, then none of this is of any use. At the moment. Yeah, the truck issue should, in theory, sort itself out once we get to the, or once we have all of that lot online, because the trucks only have to deliver a handful of stuff, basically just the raw materials, and then everything else gets processed and put into its containers, and then belted around on its own. So the trucks don't even have to worry about feeding the factories. Speed things up a bit. We do need to figure out where we're going to be putting our research labs, though. We can, in theory, feed 5 of them off of this. I don't know whether or not we will want to be feeding 5 of them off of it, but we should probably allocate the space to have 5 of them. We may as well have them right next to it then. Yeah, we're not going to be expanding this any, so... Where's the output line of that? The output line of that is there, so if that goes there, which it's not because we're going to move it, then that means these bottom ones want to go here. I don't think we can feed or weave a belt around here. Well, bugger me, we can. And eventually we will get access to recyclables, which can then just go into a container here. We need to clear that. No, why not? If I can squeeze things a little bit. Can you really not sneak your way under there? Blast. What if this was one higher? It can't be done, at least not with it there. There's got to be a way of doing it. That'll do it. Doesn't need to be raised up at that point, but if we have this here, down one, then we can connect that in there, and we can bring this up here and connect that in there, and then connect that to there. You smart enough to figure this out? No, you're not. Okay. Did I not have... Can you really not do that? Or is it that this recycling may actually not be a flat belt thing? This is why you can pull out of there. It still can't do it though. It's not clever enough. I need to get rid of that and replace that with one of these. There we go. That's how that will need to be. when we can actually output recycling from here. Okay, good. Iron plates are on the way. So we can start tearing all of this stuff down. That's empty, that's empty. You are as empty as you can be. Are these done? They're basically done as well. We may have to temporarily allow these to be fed manually. Ship in battle. Finding pirates. Okay, it should be fine, even if it encounters another pirate. Okay, good. All of that's being picked up. We'll move this to be a little bit more central over here, actually. Okay, so there's a maximum width this can be. But that width can be defined from any particular point, by the looks of it. Can I copy the settings from that and paste them to that? Yes. And that copied over that area as well, good. And once that's gone, location explored, free resources. Oh, a settlement. Freebies. Okay, there will be our upgrade to the water supply. Once we have all of this up and running. We haven't turned the electronics off yet, so you're still going. Good. Are we low on rubber? Is that the... No, we have plenty of rubber and it's stockpiled relatively high. Why can't I see this? This is in alphabetical order. Electronics. Yeah, it's mostly just been out of electronics and the trucks delivering stuff. Ah, yeah, I suppose these are tier 2 assemblers. So all of this is going to be more expensive to actually build. Electronics are here. So the next thing we want to bring online is these. Actually, no, we should bring these online first, our maintenance. Well, no, we still need electronics for the maintenance, so yeah, we should bring these online next, once we've got these. Glass, construction parts tier 3. I'd actually prefer to be able to buy construction parts. Contracts. I assume that means we deliver cement and they deliver coal. This doesn't have any contracts. I would like to donate to it, but we need the tier 2 construction materials first. Everything we're doing is in aid of making those construction materials, so... Household goods again. For coal, we don't need coal, we don't need wood, we don't need copper. A list of all contracts available. Products on the left side are the ones you're exporting and selling. So selling stuff that we need for stuff that we have. This is not helpful. Are you back in refueled yet? Okay, we have put a priority on electronics, so I think it's mostly just that we don't have enough of these. No point upgrading these because we need the construction 2 parts and they're going to be allocated to these first. Okay, that hasn't been delivered. Let's pause that one. So we can unpause this one. Ah, nope, stop, stop, stop. Things moved. There we go. Boost. Boost. Oh, is that doubling the production that these things can do? No, it can't be. Because I don't think these... Yeah, these produce 12 at a time, and these are twice as fast. So it's like 50% boost? Doubles the throughput while consuming Unity. Also ignores electricity requirements. So it does double throughput. Which would mean assembly 2s are actually more than just 50% effective. Makes 4, makes 12, yeah. They're 200% more effective. Prioritize operation of that, get it up and running. So yeah, once we have that, and then this. That'll get us extra electronics, and then we can bring this online, and once we have these online, everything else should start coming up a lot quicker. Theoretically. Farm could not store all the vegetables, that's fine. Okay, let's plan this water line while we're waiting for those other things to finish. The bigger digger can still get around that side. Oh, we've gone 3 high here. Down 1. Do I want to connect up? Yeah, let's connect the output of all of them into the pipe that feeds the irrigation system. I'm a little surprised you don't want to connect. Cannot join if not flat. Oh, right, yeah. Because the actual connector can't rotate 90 degrees in that particular angle. Oh, that's the wrong side of that. Come on, there we go. Oh, god damn you. You twisted. You weren't supposed to twist. There we go. For a second I thought they hadn't actually connected again. We can probably get all of this building because all of this is lower tier stuff. It just needs these. We don't want trucks importing onto here. This is all going to contain water. All of it is going to contain water. Copy, paste, paste, paste. So yeah, trucks do not import to here. They can export from here. Okay, that's fine. We do need, in that case, to ensure the flatness there. We may not actually just be able to, or may not be able to get that bit of coal. Not important for now. I don't necessarily want to set up specific export routes for all of these. But we have the materials to start making them, so... all considered one big pipe, which is fine. Yeah, we'll just let them export wherever they like and however they like for those. Okay, good. You're ready. You just need your supplies. That's the one going over the top. This one should be feeding it. Nope, not the top one. Or is that the bottom one? That is the bottom one. Okay, fair enough. And then... that one. To get the auto feed set up. Okay, that should do that. What have our warnings? Some of the mine designations outside the mining area, mining control tower has no available designations inside the mines area. Okay, so you have finished phase 1. Let us move you on to phase 2. Actually... Because if we can flatten the entire area, why not flatten the entire area? I see no reason not to flatten the entire area. Other than it will take extra time, but what's time except an accelerated concept? Oh, a concept we can accelerate, rather. You getting wood? You are getting wood. Good. Have any of these trees been cut down? Are they not grown yet? They may not be fully grown yet. Look at all these things grabbing water. I hope they're not trying to fill these things up. I told them not to. They are not. Good. Just trying to keep this full. Is water the thing they're most busy with at the minute? 3 jobs for water. No. Okay. So, places we can still go. Here, 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 and here. We've got plenty of places we can still go. I have not been using that ship enough. How's our oil reservoirs doing? We're down another 10%. We have another place we can get oil from, it's just not on this map. We need the cargo ship. Can't get down to there. Could get over to here. Is that coal? More coal, yeah. I think this is the easy starting location, isn't it? Which makes sense. Is that sand? No, that's limestone. So your limestone, coal, iron, oil. Your copper's here. Your sand's here. Whereas on our start, we did pick the medium one. It's our fault. Quartz is up here. Limestone's there. No connection. Coal is here. Iron's there. Oil is there. And water is all the way over here. Which isn't great. But things are making do. We already have some of that. Don't need food, don't need scrap iron. When we have iron scraps. If we get desperate for fuel, we can buy fuel for coal. How is this coming along? Okay, that's all done. Good. In that case, you guys can start dumping back over here again. I just realized why this isn't going to work as nice of an idea as this is. it's not going to work because there's no fuel up here at the minute. There's oil up there, so we could build oil up there. We could actually forcibly build a little micro outpost. Although I don't know whether or not we can easily just yeet the oil away. Not the oil, the waste liquid. Because, yeah, good luck getting this into the ocean from up here. So that's the case that we'll have to mine it here and then export it somewhere else if we want to do anything with it. So yeah, if this won't work, then what we'll have to do is move the mining tower down to here. Okay. Production of engine parts. Might as well. There's the entire line there. It's got that entire line there. We'll let it finish off all of this stuff first, and then we'll prioritize this lot here to get this running, and then we'll prioritize the stuff to get this running. And that should hopefully speed things up. Speaking of speeding things up, we may as well boost that, because that is the thing that's currently slowing us down a minute. Actually, this is slowing us down as well. We have the spare Unity, let's just burn through it to try and get these things going. All sorted and planted is blocked due to full output. It's fine. Too much dirt, actually. We don't have a place to deposit dirt anymore, do we? So we need to reassign it to the global. Oh no! Global can get rid of dirt. For the sake of speed, do I reduce this down to just a single lane? Can trucks pass through each other? They must be able to. Yeah, they have no collision. Although I worry they may not be able to properly turn around. Yeah, no, we definitely need to have two here so that they can offload. That's where we're probably going to have to flatten out this bit here, if not bring this up to level 3. We'll find out when we have the research for it. These running? No, they don't have any iron plates. Why don't we have iron plates? Because we don't have any coal. Because you are not assigned to deliver to them. Okay. And this can export to there. And then you export to here. There we go, that's why everything ground to a halt. It is still full of dirt, but full of rocks at the minute. There's our mountain. We're almost at the peak of our mountain. We'll just have to make it bigger next time. What we'll end up doing is we'll put a burn-in plant over here and then we'll re-dig up all of this and just burn it all off. Because I believe having the waste around negatively affects, yeah, landfill pollution. And we can get rid of that and convert it to air pollution. Okay, good. Gets everything going again. Okay, food is fine, fuel is fine. There we go, finally starting to get resources back in again. I forgot that with these being assigned to specific things, they don't, or they then refuse to output to anything else. Okay, we still have an overabundance of rubber. Electronics is full because we're waiting on construction materials, which we cannot buy. We saw that fight, so I wonder why the message came up for it. We shouldn't be sending the ship on the way. We need to preserve fuel. Our well is starting to run dry. And if it runs dry before we get to, or get access to tier 2 research, we haven't even, have we queued things up? Not yet. We queued up the burner. We should probably cancel that. Converts waste into air pollution. Cargo depot is more important, so we can actually start using the offshore mining platform. Turns crude oil 52 crude oil into, or 54 crude oil into 46 medium oil, or 48 medium oil. That gets converted into diesel. So that's 52 to 36, which we should expect to be more efficient than basic diesel production. 50% more efficient. So yeah, we'll get that, then we'll get that. Biofuel is an option. Spare potatoes makes gas fuel and compost. Compost? Which do I prefer? Get oxygen and nitrogen. We don't have anything we can do with spare nitrogen at the minute. Let's go for more advanced power generation next. Is that going to use water? Okay, no, let's... We're probably going to need basic desalination before anything else. No, actually we can work this. There is water, and we have a pump over there. We just need to specifically tell it not to export to something so far away. So we can move some of our production to where the pump is. We can put the power production over there. And we could also put the diesel production over there. So we don't need basic desalination. We'll get the burner after that. Then we'll get power generation. But yeah, we need that as a priority. Okay, do not send it out again. No available places to dump products. They're not currently working on the coal mine because they've mined out the area that I've told them to mine out. We are low on coal, so let's correct that. They're probably not going to be smart enough in the minute to realise that they should head down there. But we can tell them, go down there, start working on the coal again. Actually, no, I don't think we need two of them working on the coal. You stay up here. You keep doing the cliff. Plenty of iron ore. Should have plenty of copper as well. Yep. We don't want to run out of coal. I won't enable any more of these for the time being, just because we need those advanced construction materials first. Okay, iron is starting to make its way over. Wood's getting in. Okay, priority 2, priority 3. Okay. And then the output is priority 4. Actually, no, these ones are priority 5. We'll assign it in the order that they need to be for supplying down the chain. The ones that have partial stuff, I imagine, have their rubber. Yeah. You're 5. You're 5. You're 5. That's 5. And then we need 5 on these. Vegetable farm drying up again. That's okay, I don't mind. That can still be 8. Make, as you know, let's do it properly. This is 6. These are 7. Almost there. Did we miss one? We missed one. Yeah, we do need to get a second one of these up and running at some point. Unity is still okay. We're losing it, but it's okay. There we go. It's getting fed. It's online. Vehicles do have a means to get close enough to that. And yeah, they have means to grab the bricks. Why are they grabbing bricks? What do you need bricks for? Oh, they're grabbing the bricks to bring them over to here. I think I'll leave these running for now. Even though we now have this production up and running. Just a plate of things. As much as I'd like them to complete this line first, I think I do actually need to expand this out just to be able to give them places to dump this stuff. Damn Damn it. If it wasn't in there, I was considering doing something there instead. No, okay. It's got to be 4 wide just to give it something to... It's a shame I can't prioritize, say, hey, deliver to down the middle first. That would be useful. Just turn it, drop it down. So this line here is the most important line. Open tutorial. Up, down, slope. Yeah, no. Because they're just going to go to the nearest ones. But at least they shouldn't back up anymore because they don't have anywhere to dump. Okay. That's online. I didn't expect that to come online quite so quickly, but that works. So they should now start working on the belts. I think we should still be okay. I don't think we're going to hit the point where we're just not going to have the fuel. Because if we run out of fuel before we can get to... I mean, is there any way around that? I mean, no, we would have to still bring the fuel, even if we went over to one of these further ones away. We'd still need to bring it back over. Okay, let's stop these people from breeding for the time being. We can always... No, we'll wait until we actually have some automation on the food. Because this is all going to get stripped out. We're going to belt these up and belt them into here. And we'll have a bridge going over so that the trucks can keep coming. Have you finished the pipe network yet? That looks like a ghost pipe to me. That is a ghost pipe to me. You haven't finished the pipe network yet. I thought I told you to build that. This makes a pitiful amount of rain. Or water. Okay, good. It's building things in the order I wanted them to build it. The system works. So we may as well just plan ahead in that case. You are priority 15, priority 14, well, we don't need the buffer. Actually, no, we should have the buffer because there are other things that use science. Did we allocate something to 10 already? That's 7. No. Ten. 10. 10. Not enough maintenance? I could actually believe that. We'll have to check in a moment. There's no reason for it to have been in that many small segments. We've done the same thing here. No, that is right. There we go. That belt's pointing the wrong direction, isn't it? Yeah, because this one is actually not one we want to be building. Yeah, I can't be bothered to micromanage it. It'll be fine. We actually can't get at the ones underneath the bridge in a minute. We have entirely run out of maintenance. We better pause. Okay. Why do we not have enough maintenance? Because you do not have enough iron. You do not have enough iron because we're probably not producing enough. Hopper for coal is low again. Let's reduce the priority of these. Why is no one serving the coal? Better. Yeah, we're just short on iron at the moment is all. We can probably rip this down. And rely entirely on the other one. 12, 12. Oh, they are 12 each. Because we could just boost this instead. Yeah, let's boost that. Remove the boost from these and tell them to disassemble. We can do the same thing over here. We can boost this. It does mean that they're going to need to deliver the materials for this from over there, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make them make. Now the trucks are too busy with this again. And with the delivery of the water from all the way over there. This may not even be enough water. We may end up just ripping all of this up and just desalinating seawater here as the only way to keep up. It's just, the water is so far away. I mean, I could move the settlement over there. The settlement and the farms making food for the settlement. It's not like people actually need to move around. We need to move waste disposal as well. It's an option. It's not an option we actually have the resources to do at the minute. But it's an option. There we go. That increases our iron output. We could have just overclocked these, but never mind. We do have fuel saver running, don't we? We don't. Let's turn that off, turn that on. Turn that on so we can start getting a positive unity again. We can't turn the maintenance reducer off at the moment because we actually need these things running, which they are now again. Good, this is well on its way. Once that's up and running, we can turn off this. And then we'll focus on getting one of the some of the research up and going. Because we do have to bear in mind that we actually still need to build the port and supply the thing. Once this is full, we can probably... Okay, it needs those repairs. We'll have to see where things are. I mean, I lowered it because we needed something to dig, but we now need somewhere to drop stone. So let's just bring that up. Trucks should be being used less now that they're not needing to feed those other plants. That pipe is online. Okay, we still have a reasonable amount of spare maintenance budget. The problem was just materials not getting to them, which won't be a problem once we have this up and running. Although we probably do want to configure... No, because they're getting a full supply. So long as we have the resources, they should get maximum supply, because we're making more iron than we need. So I don't need to worry about that. Okay. Almost there. Let's start unpausing all of this lot because we have configured these with the right priorities. And that'll allow research to get off the ground. We don't need to tear up the maintenance stuff at the minute. We don't need these at the minute. Okay, good. That's up and running. Well, that already was up and running. We're waiting on this. Are you running 24/7 at the minute? Yep. Nope. Okay, our food is slowly starting to go down. We did kind of expect that. We need to keep an eye on it in the long run. Vegetables are being a bit more of a pain because they keep drying out. Yeah, the trucks we have just can't keep our settlement filled from here. I'm just going to turn this off. All it's doing is taking up truck time, and they could be doing something else. And it's not even online half the time. What we need is this online, so hopefully we're generating enough water locally. Although we'll see whether or not we run out of water for bricks. Now, why the devil have you stopped? Bricks aren't going. Bricks aren't going because we don't have enough dirt. We've run out of dirt. And it's a good job. It's time I allocated some more places for you to mine dirt. That's going to grind everything to a halt. We can buy bricks, can't we? Trade iron for bricks, trade wood for bricks. Okay, let's have a look at this concrete line. If I want to make breeze blocks, because this is not a slab, this is a breeze block developer. A slab is a flat thing. A thin, flat thing. Manufactured sand, crushed slag and water, cement. Cement needs limestone. And that's the problem. We have no access to limestone. Can we buy cement in from somewhere? Is it a trade resource we can get? Nope. Nope. Are they going to They must do. There's no way they can't do. If you need cement to make, I mean, we can still just keep importing in. That was the plan in the long run. Importing concrete slabs. Since we can't make them locally at the minute. Because yeah, our limestone is there. Is that limestone or sand? Okay, there's some limestone over here. It would be a long way to export it. And we'd need to bring coal over here to make free cement. It is not something we're going to be able to do any time in the short term. This actually isn't producing bricks fast enough. In fact, in total, we actually flat out do not have enough brick production. And concrete slab will be no better. Still have spare wood, so let's just, again, bring them in. We can give it permission to use concrete slabs for the time being. I'll accept iron plates for bricks. I wasn't talking to you, Alexa. I wasn't talking to you. Okay, it did register that properly. Where the hell did it get its name from? I don't think we produce enough wood to be able to do it this way. If they're going to get rid of bricks and this is sort of like a default layout, then you'd absolutely need to be able to get bricks with iron in order for this start location to actually function in the next update. Because there just isn't the resources available nearby to make breeze blocks. That's what they're called. They're not concrete slabs, they're breeze blocks. Ah, that's why things have ground to a halt, because it's filling the belt. It's trying to fill the belt. But on the same token, we'd need to get a dirt mine. Actually just start mining dirt. Which is a weird thing. Yeah, bricks are going to become a problem. We're going to need concrete. Unless there's going to be a research that allows us to make some of those things easier. Okay, that's just an upgraded version of this one that's already there. Air separator. Cooled caster. Gas combustor. Produces high pressure steam by burning gas. So a better way of making steam depleted. Smokestack. Settlement power. Wheat farm. Organic fertilizers. Mark III construction. Need steel. Just enables those recipes for yeah, there's no way around it. You need one brick or concrete slab for every single construction part. And I highly doubt that these are more efficient recipes, they're probably just faster ones. Yep, they're just faster recipes. Maybe there is somewhere we can trade for limestone? Sand, limestone. Yeah, mining it is the only way to produce it. There's no way to make cement without limestone. So we're just going to have to set up a long vehicle path. Large vehicles. I saw images of trains. Or railways, rather. In update 3. At least what looked to be railways. Hydrogen cell. Hydrogen mega vehicles. But the update 3 didn't mention anything about trains. It just looked like they had images of train or railways. Maybe I'm confusing belts for railways. Okay, good. You're up and running. If you're up and running, then we don't need this. Let's get these online so we can turn this off, although, again, we're out of dirt. Let's bring the speed down, because this is going to cause us problems. We can probably still get the research done, but we can't use this in the long term. Not unless we can find a better source of dirt. Let's stop dumping dirt. We don't need to keep that. Now, if we tell it to pass the dirt over to here, which one is supposed to be in this one, then that's the only thing that'll set, or the dirt will only come over here. How's our coal supply? Coal supply is fine. This is fine. Am I really just really busy trying to get rid of all the stone? They are. Is there anything I can do about that? No, they've still got plenty of places to put it. Could use bigger vehicles then. At the very least, the vehicles don't need to be worrying about providing materials for anything other than to here. I'm very worried now that we're not going to, or that this is going to become a significant problem. It's the farm and lack of water thing again. we should allow that to be delivered to there. Our Unity is about flatlined. So it is on a steady downward trend. So we need to keep an eye on that. We don't need the maintenance reducer anymore. We fixed that issue. So we don't need that anymore. Now, why did you go ahead and build that before everything else? There was a priority. I know why I did that. It's because it's not enough of this stuff. Rubber for wood, but rubber is oil, and oil is very precious to us at the moment. Products to lend. So they can lend us concrete, but we can't buy concrete off them. Loans. Credit score, interest rate free, fees. Quick trade offers. How do I get access to this menu? Oh, it's here. I forgot this menu. More fool me. Is that just as much as we have storage for? Maximum of 2 loans, pay 30 for each year. For the duration of 10 years. The maximum you can borrow is based on your past production performance and credit score. Why can't I buy cement? Let me buy cement. That would solve my problems. Mostly, at least. So consumption. Yeah. Production is generally just higher at the minute, which is fine. That's good. Crusher rotary kiln. So you can convert quartz into sand. So one of those will feed 2 of these. We could feed the slag directly into a crusher as a priority, and then that would give us a supply of that. So one concrete mixer is going to feed, or is enough to feed one of these, so long as I'm not overclocking it. We need 2 rotary kilns to feed 4 cement mixers. And they consume 9 limestone. They are working on this stuff. You have the resources. Why don't you deliver them? Taking their sweet time. Why are you delivering it to there? It's priority 15. What is the point of having a priority system if you're not going to deliver them in the order that the lower priorities are more important? Why are you not delivering to the belts first? I thought this system should be fairly self-explanatory. You were told lower is more important. You should be building this first. Why the hell are you delivering to here? We can't do anything with this at the minute. It needs the resources before it that have a higher priority than it. And we've run out of bricks again. No, we have bricks. We've run out of bricks in there is what we've run out of. Are you going to pick up bricks? Oh, we found some cement and some sand. Why is no one picking up the bricks? Deliver the sodden bricks. Everything grinds to a halt if you're not doing these things. Why are you priority 10? Did I accidentally... Or is that just default priority building? That's default priority building, so okay, fair enough. Deliver the bricks. Buy some more bricks. Yes, we are aware. I have been trying to fix it for the last 3 hours. And then getting frustrated at things not doing things in the way they're supposed to be done. I mean, to be fair, this entire line doesn't work until everything is set up. But I'd prefer it if they actually obeyed the priority as a priority, rather than just suddenly decide, actually, no, I'm going to deliver over here because it's slightly nearer. If I set a priority, I expect you to build things in that order. And I've set them in that order for one specific reason. So that this can start running before this is built, so that when this is finished, and you start building that, you have the resources to start doing stuff. Okay. Bricks delivered. We're out of water. And that's just a problem with this particular map, and that's not something I can complain about. If I had realised this sooner, I could have built this a lot better. Okay, that fixes our construction problems for now. Can I turn this off? Let's turn this off and this off. Can we disable irrigation? I mean, it's nice to see the irrigation tank's full for a change. Are you not connected? Toggle direction. There we go. We're not in dire need for food, so I don't mind if we lose a few cycles of crops. But in 3 hours, we will be out of oil. So if this isn't built by then, and if we haven't got our oil tank or oil tanker and oil thingy up and running, we are screwed. Mostly. We can buy in diesel, but I don't know how long that's going to be a viable option for. Yeah, it's going to be a long time before this bridge is done. Not without bigger vehicles or more vehicles. That's our only trade for concrete slabs. It's a lot of coal, but this can sustain us for a while at least. So long as we stay on top of it. If worse comes to the worst. And why are you still delivering to here? This can't run unless these are running. That's why these are priority 13. Here, transfer the resources to that. Fix up the rest of it. Build that last. We're losing unity again. We have 4 boosts? Ah, right, okay. Do we need this boosted? No, we don't. This is unnecessary. These we do. At least for now. Okay, good. You've got all of those done. Now start working on these. Yeah, let me make it simpler. Build these first. Good. Your resources are coming along. I don't know why they dumped the resources into the one that is marked priority 13 rather than the one marked priority 1, but maybe that order was pre-queued up. I will bitch about this until it's all sorted because it shouldn't work this way. If you assign a priority, priority 1 takes priority. It's in the name. I've been avoiding using these specifically because we're running out of Unity. And I shouldn't need to. If I set a priority, it should know which one I want to be built first. Okay. Progress. It was 3 hours to actually get some of this stuff running, but it's working now. Do we reduce these? We need more Unity. Which if we turn this on and can start feeding the water back into it, we would get. Our waste pile is as tall as it can get now. Farm will dry out due to a lack of water. That's fine. Okay, we did that wrong. No, I want you to go down, please. I want you to go down, please. What part of this is difficult? There we go. Expand the garbage pile out a bit more. Okay. Waiting on this to get 60. We have some research ready. Research is ready to be inserted. So we're going to need an extra 120. What are we going to need for this? Once built, can repair, or a repaired cargo ship can dock here and transfer its cargo via attached cargo deposit modules. We have the concrete for that, so that's just another 40. Okay. So we actually don't, it's not going to take that long now with our current production to actually get this up and running. So we should be okay so long as we don't entirely run out of bricks. So once we have that up and running, we'll try and figure out how the hell we're going to manage concrete being produced over here to be delivered over here. But at the very least, that won't be something that's going to end us. It really depends on, I suppose, how long that oil well will last. This, if this is endless, level 2. I forget what the settings are, whether there's an unlimited amount of oil there or not. What I may do instead, it depends, if there's a limit to it, we may actually look at biofuel then. Because there's a decent amount of flat space over there, we could probably set up, we'd have to cut down all the trees, but we could probably set up a biofuel plant if we need to. But we'll work on the notion that this is going to be where the ship will dock. We'll export. Hopefully we can get the ship in here and we don't have to move it out even further. Hopefully that is enough. If it's not, then we're going to have a problem in the fact that we don't have a space to build it. And we'll just have to drop everything to extend this out. You guys, I'm going to ask you to slightly change your tactics. Can you make a priority on flattening out that bit there, which includes digging that bit? Just in case we need it. Okay, this has the resources. Make it priority 1 now. Someone can deliver to it, please. There we go. Hey! Finally, and we're getting some boosts here. Research and upgrade lab, produce lab assembly, discover an oil rig by exploring, research power generation, research advanced diesel, I wonder why the next thing isn't... No need to rush this goal. Take your time. Make sure to develop other parts of your industry as well. Coal power plant. Which will at least stop the power plants from producing diesel. But no, we need to get the offshore... I'm surprised that that isn't the next thing on the list. It just told us to find and discover one and gave us a reward for doing so. Yeah, it just straight up gave us enough resources for that. That's fine. We need the research that's currently underway to be able to do anything with it. It is, however, tea time. So let's put it down on speed 1. And we'll let all this stuff tick over. And I will take my break. I'll get myself something to drink. So I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. By that time, the ship should be loaded. I doubt the research is going to be done, but the research is at least underway, so we'll see where the research is, and we'll see how much resources we have, and we'll go from there. And hopefully we don't run out of oil, or fuel more specifically, but we'll see. But yeah, I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Right, we've once again run out of bricks, although they're on their way again. But there was a message telling us that we have finished loading the cargo ship. Or the ship. So, let's send it over and get construction underway. Okay, let's go in. Yeah, it is the entire thing. That's fine. I thought that's how that worked. Just so long as I know for sure. There really isn't much oil here. This over here is... yeah, these look like much taller lines. So I suspect that that's a bigger well. And obviously this is a gigantic well. But actually getting down there to exploit it is another matter entirely. I wonder if you could pipe things up, but maybe that would have been the trick, to try to dig your way down to there first. Am I right in thinking there's no sand over here? There is no sand over here. Of course there isn't. This is supposed to be a medium difficulty. What's the hard and expert difficulty? If getting basic resources for basic stuff is this hard or this much of a pain. Well, power is peaking. Oil pumps eating a lot. Electrolyzers also using a lot. And assembly buildings. Let's remove the boost from these. We don't need them anymore, I don't think. Or at least not in a minute. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case in the long run. Allow us to regather some unity. I don't think there's a limit to how much we can stockpile. If we can get water going again, then that would sort things out. So I believe we need to send workers over to here. There was a tutorial for it, we'll reread it in a minute. There we go. Okay, that's a big reserve. That's good. Monthly unity cost. That's going to be a problem. Well, there's nothing we can do with it at the minute, so there's no need for us to unpause it. If you have the fuel, you may as well go over to there as well. Do you have any current pops? No, it doesn't have anything in its cargo hold. Nope, not what I meant to do. Keep going. Oh. Our iron mine is done digging. Let's expand out its range. And we will look to punch a hole through the wall, I think. So let's edit the area. We are going to need some iron. It does look like we are basically out, so... Okay, location explored. Oh, another damaged cargo ship. Not going to worry about the repairs. Out of interest, where is our construction, total consumption fuel. Okay, none's being used for construction. So what's the extra consumption, if not fuel? There should be power production. So without power production, we would reduce our fuel usage by a reasonable amount, unless fuel also counts for power production, but no. This must be power production. And one assumes oil is mostly going into... Well, that's irritating. Why can't you tell me that it's being used to produce fuel or plastic? Why is that not a statistic? That's a kind of important statistic. Because I don't know how often or how much this is running constantly or not. That would be a really useful metric, developers, if you could put it in, please. I'm going to pause the production of that so that we can increase the production of water. Because we're going to need, needs to be online. And you are missing metal, which means we are running out of those. We don't need vehicle parts. We should try to get some of this online now. No, yeah, I want to prioritize getting more water up. So let's unpause this lot. Let's... bricks. We have some. They're not in here. They're not in here. They're here. Let's set these all to a lower priority. General priority for worker assignments. Actually, will that affect them picking up from those? I don't want them to be dropped off to here. Actually, no, it should be fine. They can export from all of these, and I'd let this on. I'm letting them import there for the time being. Yes, we know maintenance is running low. It's being worked on. It's dirt we're out of again. Okay, so let's figure this out while we wait for the research to complete. We need vehicle control tower over here. To allocate. Strictly speaking, that entire area there. All sorting plants. We would expect to get limestone, dirt, rock, hopefully not sand. We're not going to be able to place things down if we keep that there because there's trees in the way. Why am I not just borrowing our perfectly good setup over here? Oh, not far enough. Ah, that's mirrored. And then we change coal for limestone. Output A. Trees are absolutely going to cause us a problem just to figure this stuff out. Vegetable farm is going to dry out. That's fine. Food's okay. Basic resources are okay for the time being. Okay, that's all good. We're definitely going to get these two anyway. Let's see. Limestone and coal. So we're going to need to import coal. What bottom am I looking for? That one. There we go. Nope, wrong one. Belt stuff. Balancer. No, I don't mind that. Okay, water comes in the side. It has 3 inputs. Water's over there, so we probably won't have this here. We might move it closer to the water. Oh no, the water pad is huge, isn't it? With all the trucks we have, they're still having problems getting rid of the dirt. How far away can I move this from you? Mining control tower has no mining area designated to it. Okay, yeah. Or is it just that we don't have, or we haven't told it to do anything in this square yet? What if I told you to figure out a way to flatten this? It sees that it's designated, but because it's not in its area, it doesn't count. I don't know if we'd actually be able to expand this to the point where it would reach all the way up there. We are getting to the point where we're almost ready to move it again. This bit here is going to be tricky, although we could always just move this tower. I wonder what happens if there's an overlap. If I move this area up to here, does it still count as part of it? Does it actually have to be... Okay, no, it counts. It's happy with that. We can't flatten things too close to it. Yeah, that is digging down. Because the trash will just fall in. I mean, this may actually just block that route. We've run out of maintenance because I'm assuming people are not delivering the iron to here, even despite the fact that it's high priority. Because there isn't enough iron. Why is there not enough iron? There's not enough iron because... reasons? Well, that there isn't helping. We shouldn't have been using that much iron. Is it just that the belt is full? It may just be that the belt is full, and that's the problem it's having. Progress on them is going. Everything's ticking along. It's mostly just an issue with insufficient places to dump stuff. Or insufficient trucks to dump stuff with. We need bigger trucks. We can't make any more trucks at the minute because we moved that. Does this have an exhaust? No. What recipes? We could just manufacture the sand here. Run things through a crusher. Twice. I think that may not necessarily required, but they actually finished the brickwork. I entirely forgot that I told them to actually finish building these. It's a low priority. Okay, iron's starting to fill that up, so that will hopefully temporarily or fix it in soon. Oh, and we're not allowed to deliver it straight to them. That's a shame. Can we import iron? Why do I keep going to there? We already remembered that there's a menu here. No, we can't import iron. Vehicles are braking. It'd be great if one of the vehicles could decide to pick up this. Let's stop this from eating any more. If any vehicle could just pick up some plates, thank you. Deliver them over there without breaking down. That was an error on my part. I didn't pay attention to the fact that it was going to fill the belts first and nothing would be able, or these wouldn't be able to be supplied. Are you supplied with water? They are, but that's out of action for the time being. They have the other resource they need. Let's just get things going. Get everything repaired. Tree or farm could not store tree saplings after harvest. That's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Oh, research complete. Cargo depot. Okay, let's pause for a moment. Everything is still breaking down. And this isn't flat yet. Vehicles have an issue finding some places to dump, and we have all of this here that it can dump in. And that's what we was worried about. They can get through there. They could just go around here. They don't need a straight line. Well, we thought that might be a problem. So we're going to have to make some adjustments. Right. Stop any and all of that. Stop any and all of that. We need a place to store that. You're empty. Slabs in there. And once that's empty, we'll get rid of this. Yeah, it's got to be as far out as that thing. So many vehicles broken as they lack maintenance. We're making so much maintenance, it's just not making a dent. That's the maximum we need. We're making twice as much as that at the minute. I would like to move this over a little bit so there's more space here for them to go through. And also I might move this. I assume we're only allowed one of them. Yeah, unique building. That's fine. Deconstruct. Come on, catch up already. This is a little ridiculous. You empty? You empty. Okay. Disassemble that. Beacon. Okay. Is this able to go? It will actually just go there. So we could place this down now, although I have no idea. Let me cancel this line here. How are you still not caught up? You've been running constantly for several minutes. The pair of you produce twice as much as the global need. Is it because they haven't been getting iron again? How much oil do we have left? I don't think there's any way I can make this work here. Nope. Even there, it's not going to work. This is the only place we can put it. Okay, I want to be able to build it here. How much of this terrain do we actually need to be, or do we actually need in order to put this down? Do we have all the things? We have everything else we need for this. The problem with this is it's going to put the oil input so far away from where we're processing it. What other option do we have? This is the only accessible coastline that has a clear line out. Yeah, we can't even put it over here. It's literally the only place we can put it. Not without some serious digging, which we don't have the ability to do. Like cutting out the channel here, so we could put it here instead. But I feel like I should have been able to, I should be able to put it here. I mean, the ship can't be that big that it's unable to curve around this and path through it. Okay. They're working fast enough. It looks like they're depositing dirt, but I didn't think dirt was something in the list of things that they could deposit. Okay, finally, maintenance is catching up. Now, if maintenance is at max, this absolutely won't keep up. The issue isn't that, the issue is more the iron. And the iron is having problems because of a lack of coal. And why is that? Because this needs more trucks. I don't mind you digging this out. Food supplies are still okay. Not too worried about that. This is all backed up and stopped. Let's reduce our maintenance requirements a little. Just by turning these things off. Having bigger hoppers and bigger trucks would absolutely help. One of the issues this thing is having is that because it's chosen to dig out this side first, or has it already got the rest of it leveled? Oh no, it did get the rest of it done. The coal is a lot lower down there. Would like to get access to all the coal, even if it is harder to mine. That's just me being weird and wanting to make full use of something we have access to. I should, just so that I can figure out specifically how this works. Is there a coastline I can drop this on? Cargo Depot 2, brackets 2. Why brackets 2? Oh, because it's too long. I see. Okay. So I was slightly misunderstanding how this was all supposed to connect together. So having this as far up this way as we can get it is all we actually need to do. So that needs to go there. So we can tell it to not worry about any of that for the time being. Do this bit first. I don't think there's anywhere else that they can currently dump. Can't dump over there. We've disabled this stuff over here. We may as well finish flattening that land out because we can just use that land as oil processing, but it does mean that we have to figure out how to get the oil from over here to there for processing. Which may just mean more trucks. Excuse you. You have some perfectly valid dirt right next to you. Unless those need to be... Oh, I see. That's not a dumping location. They actually need to be dug. I thought these were still drop-off locations. No. That's the reason it was complaining. This land isn't flat enough. was complaining for the opposite reason I thought it was complaining. Can't see a reason why it shouldn't be able to flatten the land underneath this bit a bit more, but no biggie. Okay, and the other thing we then going to want for you is, let's just put 2 fluid modules on you. We only need 1 of you, but we will put both on for now. No, we are going to need to move you out further. You're going to be way too close for the... Well, no, because we can pipe things in and out of here. While this is in the way at the minute, we can just pipe things to tanks over here instead. And if we do end up moving all of this here over to here, that's a lot of coal. Then we can repurpose this area for making fuel. And again, they haven't got the iron here. We are making the iron. We're not. Coal, coal. I appreciate you wanting to do good work. Can you do good work on this side as well, where all the coal is? There's our cargo ship. Okay. Excuse you, why are you low? I must have had something else selected. I thought it was this that I was looking at now. Okay. Allow to switch the ship's fuel type, changing to some fuels is free, while others require ships to rebuild cost materials. If there is a cost, it's displayed slow. Okay. We have the workers, we have the required monthly unity. So this is going to produce 54 per tick times 2. We don't have the resources for this one, but it's going to be able to store a reasonable amount in there. You don't need to serve that. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, and we can re-establish this over here as well now. And this over here. Okay, advanced diesel is being researched. I think we need another digger in here. Why is no one delivering the dirt? And we've ran out of maintenance again because of no coal. Can't keep those active. Okay, I don't know where it's going to move the fuel, but let's demolish that so we can set up pickup tanks for, well, a drop-off tank for diesel and a pickup tank for fuel, for oil. Yeah, that's piped. Okay. Coal and metal is going again. My concern is just like how much oil we have to get over here every 60 seconds to have these running. But we can move them closer, I suppose. Once all of this is gone, there's no need to keep this lot here. I don't really want to build oil processing here, but I could do. It's not like it makes any difference in the long scheme of things. You didn't need to do that. You could have just gone straight the way through. Okay, we do in fact need this running again. Just this one. We should get these up and running soon as well, if we can. So we assume later down the line we're going to get a bigger version of this. Cargo Depot 4, yeah. Okay, we have rebuilt up our Unity again, so that's good. Let's get that built, even if we're not going to turn it on and use it. Okay, good. That's almost done. We don't need to tell that to keep full because it will be kept full from the tank that's going to go over here. How did I not remember this was in Zircon's latest album? I don't remember this. Okay, that wants to be kept full. So that fuels this, and then oil comes to here. Food is fine, I think. It's trending downwards, but that's probably just because we've had some poor rain and lost a bunch of food. So I think we're okay on that in a minute. I'm not particularly a fan of rap, which is why I'm surprised that I left that in or didn't notice in the first place. Save playlist. Let's overwrite my stream playlist. There we go. Okay. Right. Bigger trucks are way off, aren't they? Aren't there larger vehicles before we get to large vehicles? No, there is not. Larger storage and more vehicles. Yeah, we did give them a means to get down to there. That's fine. Let's unpause these. Yeah, it was actually blocked on dirt. Oh, we're super blocked in dirt. Hey, so that's diesel research complete. Build a distillery stage 1 and connected to distillery stage 2. Crisis management. From time to time, your iron might get into a crisis. Fuel running out, no power. This information would have been more useful when starvation was happening or when we was about to run out of oil. We've now sorted that problem. No power, no message. Obviously, it is never your fault. No, I'm fairly sure mostly always it is your fault for not planning ahead. It's always caused by people on the island doing a bad job. However, there are ways to avoid this. As you know, technically partially true, because if I set a priority and there's a first priority thing, I expect it to be done first. Basic stuff. This isn't even the islanders doing a bad job. This is the programmers doing a bad job. I blame you developers for that. However, there is always ways to early on. Pinning important products, which we already know how to do. Storage alerts. And that's for a particular storage thing, not the global storage. It's recommended to set up storage alerts for products like diesel, for critical getting notifications early. React. You can also set up dedicated storages, fill them up with emergency supplies, and disable truck exports. This way, you have an emergency supply. Okay, that's a reasonably good tip, actually. Yes, this system here, devs, it doesn't work. They ignore it. Frequently. Most of the machines, buildings are assigned priorities. The lower the number, the higher priority. It's more likely to get power, Unity works, maintenance, and more. So having the most critical infrastructure, which we already do. Although typically we only do it once we get into a crisis. Power crisis. Power crisis management. Running out of power is no fun, and several ways to avoid that. First is to set up an alert for storages that feed power-making machines, for example, coal, water storages. You can also keep increasing the priority of the storages that feed your power plants. The most robust but expensive setup is to have a backup power plant, like in real world. This can, for instance, be an array of diesel generators that are ready to kick in when the power drops. This works by default because the diesel generator has a lower production priority than standard generators connected to the turbines. This works by default because diesel generators have lower production's priority than standard generators connected to turbines. You can configure power generation priority for any power generator yourself. Note that machines consume less maintenance when they are idle. In the case of the worst emergencies, you can also boost a machine, which again we had already figured out what was doing. This is all useful information 12 hours ago. Okay, we don't actually have power generation yet. High pressure turbines, power generators, flywheels. With mechanical power as inertia, spinning mass, slowly losing it. So that's useful in the event that your fuel runs out. The flywheel will keep it going for a little bit longer. We don't actually have that much currently flagged to build. It's just resources we're waiting on, so we don't need to change the priority on any of that. Drag the... Okay. Let's pause, because we do now have access to proper crude oil refinery. It's going to be easier to look at this in here. So we've got everything set to 60 seconds, so that's 1-to-1. I wonder... I wouldn't mind stockpiling heavy oil and light oil. At least initially. Just putting them into a tank and then having it... okay, no, we can do that. We can do that by way of balancing pipes. I wonder if... Is there a... Yeah, there's no reason to have a pipe sorter. And I highly doubt... Yeah, can't do it on that. That's fine. I didn't think we could. Wanted to check anyway. But I seen the interface of this. 4 strictly even inputs, 4 strictly even outputs. So we can assign a priority output on this and have it fill tanks first. And then redirect to a flare stack once the tank is full. But we distill once directly into a second distillation, so it's just 1-to-1. I assume the boiler is the same one in power generation? Yes. Can tanks store steam? Can I steam buffer? Converts 3 megawatts of mechanical power into 2 megawatts of actual power. At a cost of 30 coal per 60 seconds. Well, actually, no, it'll be half as much. And once we have that and that, then we can actually just... Is that making steam? Yeah, that's burning the excess to make steam. So we don't actually have to power with coal. We can power with oil instead. But we still have the problem of how the hell we're going to get the oil from here over to there. Do we just build a long pipe? Actually, we'd need 2 long pipes, wouldn't we? For maximum throughput. Piping it should not be more efficient than just having a truck deliver it. Having access to trains would be nice, but yeah, that appears to be a upgrade for the next one. Heavy pickup truck with a maximum capacity of 20. Can go under transports that are height of 2 or higher. Same thing. So yeah, if we did run a pipe, we would need to make sure there was crossings for said pipe. Yeah, it's going to take it's just going to take too many trucks. We're going to have to move oil processing over to here. There's no other way around it. It would need 3 trucks to make the trip every 60 seconds to fully supply one of these. What's our actual consumption per minute at the minute? That's a fuel, not oil. So we would need to make 2 of them to keep up with current fuel production. I need an average. I need an average line added to these graphs, please. Because 1 month is a, I believe, is supposed to be 60 seconds. Maintenance, food, settlements, logistics. I'm sure they mentioned it somewhere. Welcome, Captain. Tree harvesting. I'm fairly sure 1 month is a minute. Fairly sure. Could be wrong. So we're looking at okay, 1 distilling tower could probably be enough to supply our current fuel usage. Probably. Last 2 hours? One assumes. 100 years. We've been playing for 100... We can figure this out, actually. If we've been playing for... We're just shy of 101 years. So 101 times 12. Divided by 60. 20.2 hours. Which would not be correct for how long we've actually been playing. Because we was 12 hours in when we started this stream, more or less. And it's not accounting for time that's been paused, so... Maybe a month is... No, that would make about a month every 60 seconds. Ah, no, it wouldn't. No, yes, it would, because it's ticking at around about 1 day every 2 seconds. I'm not 20 hours into this playthrough, though. Something is very weird with the math. Because I've spent a lot of time paused. What part of my head math am I getting wrong here? If we assume that they've averaged out every month to 30 days, and a day is 2 seconds, then a month is 60 seconds. Did I do 24 rather than 12? We are 101 years in, 12 months. Times that by 30 gives us the number of days. Divided by 3,600 gives us 10.1 hours. Yeah, we did the math wrong. 10.1 hours sounds more reasonable for the amount of time I've spent paused. Okay, so it is a month every 60 seconds. So yeah, we could get away with one distillation tower, or distillation pair. We absolutely can't get away with moving all of the oil over to here in trucks. Not without a lot more trucks. Because each truck would need to make the trip. Or 3 trucks would need to make the trip every 60 seconds. And it looks like it would probably take them about 20 seconds maybe? Depending on the path that they took. Okay, I think the plan is this. We massively increase the number of trucks we have. We're going to relatively soon. Yeah, that's the cargo ship. That burst there. Strange bursting vehicles there. Yeah, if we... Okay. I think it actually is doable, but we are going to need a lot more trucks. So that brings us up to 40. We'll bring ourselves up to 50 pickups. And now we need to figure out the actual how we want to build this. Let's have a look at you. Oil goes in there, 3 different fluid outputs there. You only have one thing that you can produce. That's steam input there. Did we unpause this? We haven't done. Are we in a position to unpause it? No, we still need construction materials for that stuff over there. And then you go into distillation stage 2, which also requires steam. Sour water. Not really a reason not to just fit these one straight into the next. Where are you? We're going to temporarily need one of these back over here so that we can better flatten the area out. Everything up here should already be flat. It's not. Looks like that's as far as we went. That's fine. We're not making vehicle parts anymore. We have a supply of them. As it stands, we aren't currently making any. Digger. We can borrow them from there in a bit. It's being worked on, game. Tell me the cargo ship is low on fuel. So it shouldn't leave. Don't let it leave then. Okay, we're going to need something to throw the water overboard. Liquid dump. Okay, it can accept multiple different types of fluid. I think that's technically the only one we need to get rid of at the moment. Sour water. Steam low. We're probably going to be able to use steam low for something. Eventually, I imagine. Oh, that's why, because it wasn't actually in the place I thought it was. Okay, steam input. Is that right? Yeah, 3 gap. So it actually wants to be here. We're going to be getting bigger tanks soon anyway, but I don't see any reason not to go overkill on this. Okay, it has actually worked out that this doesn't need to be. Okay, priority. Keep that one full. Don't care so much about the other one. Let's set these back to 5. As long as we have one of these kept full. Okay. We'll have this on the lowest. I have decided that no vehicles will be allowed down there. So, come up one level. Yep. Almost. There we go. Oh, wait, you're up several levels. That is not where you're supposed to be. Okay, this should be, unless I made some kind of error. I want to press, press a button to undo, but that is not a valid button. There we go. Let me just have a look at the numbers here. That's fed directly in. Yeah, for fuel we actually do need a pipe for each. And it's going to be the same for oil. We will need a pipe for each. The waste we're okay combining into a pipe. Or rather, the excesses that we can't currently use. Yeah, the medium oil gets piped straight through, so that's fine. And these are going to need to be piped directly into one of these. And this gives us enough room to put 4 of these down eventually. And it gives us 2 extra outputs to go over to them later. Now that we have the means to, or the resources currently to build this, what else are we missing currently? We're not burning off this. We're not giving it any steam at the minute. So can burn combustible liquids. They burn them at 3-1 and 4-1. So not a problem at the minute. But we should allocate them as individual flare stacks so that when we expand, it's not going to be as much of a problem, I think. Management flare stacks. I imagine I also need to tell it what to burn. Oh, you'll just burn whatever's thrown into you. Okay. We don't need coal anymore, not for this part of things. We only need to activate one of these. But we can't really activate it until... Or we can't deactivate all of this until that stuff is sorted. Okay, let's allow things to start running again, now that we have this designed. Principally. I'm only going to need one boiler at the moment, but we should have our power generation over here as well somewhere. So, boiler, how much does it use? It's 30 coal a second. I think we give each boiler its own hopper. Or 30 every 60 seconds. It's not needed at the minute. The bigger issue is just the amount of water it's going to use. We will have to import the water from over there. Oh, these are actually going to need just their own. Just hooked up directly. Okay. Steam pipe. There's our input. Too high, isn't it? Okay. Oops, I accidentally unpaused them. Let's repause them. Unpause the block so we can repause the block. Don't know when I clipped B, but never mind. Okay. Can we get this up and running fast enough? Why are we currently losing Unity per month? Research lab uses Unity per month? That's annoying. Oh, the beacon's being constructed and is turned back on again. Off you go. Okay, and that's being worked on. I'm trying to make the decision. We can buy in the fuel if we need to. I'm just wondering whether or not we can get this operational before we need to turn that off. And I think so long as we construct in the right order, then potentially yes. So let's put this lot online. Get this pipe connected and going. Get that pipe connected and going. Activate this pipe. That. We don't need to worry about the flare stack at the moment. Okay, that's everything we should need to get one of these running, and we can start sorting out the rest of it later. Okay, good. They're getting a nice amount of coal again. Although it sure would be nice if someone would keep this full. There's still coal in the belts, but let's give that higher. Let's give all of these slightly higher priorities. We need to add a destination to this. Probably going to want to move this once all of this is turned off. Okay, let's get in there. We're okay on food. And yeah, that pipe is currently turned off. The amount of water this is going to use is way more than we can produce from over here, but at least the water from over here is slightly closer. I think we are going to run out of vehicle parts though. And we don't have a production facility for them anymore. Can't buy higher tier construction parts. It would be really nice if we could. Not on our list. Oops, I just accidentally paused them. Okay, we'll give this higher priority because they need to be built in an order. Get these up and running now because it's going to take a little while for them to actually get supplied. Going to need that as well. Okay, I think I can actually take these or tear these down. Why did I never feed the coal into here? Yeah, I am happy with existing stuff, so let's allow this to empty. Once we have all of these, we can move over to producing the better stuff, and for now we can trade oh shit, I didn't think about that. We don't have a trade dock anymore. We took it down so that we could move things. Allow us to get the extra fuel in quick like. We don't want these. Well, we're going to potentially manually set these to import, actually. So this will cause our fuel to go down. We are going to need... you're going to need to import. And we're going to need to take that pipe. Don't export from there anymore, because we need this for the generators. Okay. Once that and that is up, we can swap things over. This may have been a horrific mistake, we'll find out shortly. Don't keep full. Can I get the fuel back? No, too late. Unload fuel. Empty. Right, I'm just going to borrow a digger from here. Once all the pipe work is down and those are up, we can start constructing the other things. All the other pipes done that need to be done? Not quite. We still need this one. I mean, really, this is silly. I want to make the most out of the tiny amount of fuel that's still in here. I should have just left it running, but no. I had to be optimal. For no good reason whatsoever. Needs 13. There is 13. Oh, it has 13. 14, 17. You're producing twice as fast as this thing can consume anyway. Let's get that going then. We'll move... actually, no. We'll move these once we have electric generators. It can stay as it is for now. It's too much of a faff. You shouldn't be holding diesel. You should be holding crude oil. And then you can export to there. Okay. Right, that being the case, boost that. Okay, food still looks okay. Let's pause that construction for a minute. We need to keep an eye on how much fuel we have and import in if we need to. None of this can start running unless all of these are in place anyway. Otherwise they're just going to fill up real quickly. We will give these higher priorities because they are responsible for fuel and you're not going to need to be manually fed because they're responsible for fuel and power, or will be. Doesn't really matter if nobody actually fills it yet. The fuel line is dropping fairly quickly. But it ain't die yet. We should still keep an eye on these when they're cheap. Get this one in. We'll avoid using that one unless we absolutely have to. A burner. Dispose of solid waste by burning it. That is actually a lot cheaper than I thought it would be. So, what were the other things it was saying could go in? Why is there the image of intestines in there? How much are we actually producing a month, I wonder? It varies. Currently around about an average of 28-ish. That gets rid of 18. So we would need 2 of these. And we could just attach them directly to here, but I think we'll have them over here with the rest of the waste disposal stuff, and we may belt. May belt it over. Waste counts as loose storage. I mean, do I even actually need to do that? Because that looks like it should be able to split on its own. And I should just be able to output then split, 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 split. Out of interest in testing that theory. Damn, we're going to have to tear that up and replace it. If we want to do this. We need to use one of these instead. Which I think is... Would it do the job? Maybe. Or move that slightly that way. I could always weave the belts, but that means that we can't use these spaces here. How are we going? You're full of steam. Things are going. Fuel is not dire yet. Still haven't got any oil put in here. Oh, you done cleaning up? Excellent. I suppose while I have you, oh, someone just picked up a load of them. Or production has stopped. Pause. Why have you stopped? Because someone hasn't been delivering the coal. Now, why did I set up that? That makes no sense. Oh, I suppose I copied these from... Yeah, I copied this section from the coal plant. That's why that's that way. Do we really not have any coal? We have coal. Deliver the coal. Oh, right. Get this built now. That's probably why the coal stopped being delivered. We can help this along. Delay things. I mean, we don't need these anymore. There was a plan, we don't need to follow it, the old plan. We can make a new plan, a better plan. Where the hell is that a quote from? Why does that sound familiar? Why am I reminded of Pirates of the Caribbean? Once somebody takes that down. Actually, I don't think it's going to recalculate if I don't move it after it's been taken down. You can get over that. Don't be silly. You go here and you go up and over. There you go. See? You can do it. And then what we can actually start doing is digging all of this stuff up again. Okay, have you still not been producing? Yeah, you've only just started to get the materials again. Fair enough. And we have plenty of rubber about, it's just not being moved where it needs to be. Okay, I'm going to need somebody to actually start moving the fuel over. This number here doesn't match this number here. There we go, construction materials are on the way again. We have oil in the tank. I am going to have to make at least one of these trades, otherwise I think we will run out of fuel. But again, that's entirely my fault. We didn't have to disassemble the old distillation center just because we wanted to make optimal use of what fuel remained. We made a conscious choice to make that. It was a stupid thing to do. I fully acknowledge this. I will be happy when we can start pulling down this mound of trash. I'm just slightly disappointed that we can't turn the trash into power at this point. I wonder. Biomass. Why does this come up with waste? Oh, waste sorting plant. Iron scrapped press. Recyclables. Waste pressed. Shredder. How do we not have enough maintenance? Actually, that's probably reasonable. After processing. Sour water, naphtha. Not seeing waste in there. There we go, incineration plant. Waste, gas, water, steam. So it is something we can do, it's just much later technology. Okay, legit, we are actually just running out. Okay, that's 6. Yeah, that's fine. That should balance out then. Let's get the rest in here. part 1 going. We're definitely going to need to buy more fuel before things are over. At least our trucks say they're stable. Do you have 4 outputs? You do, good. We did configure you correctly. Oh, bollocks, we're out of electronics, that's the problem. Are we just not producing enough? Yeah, we're just not producing enough. That's producing 12, that's consuming 12, this is entirely my bad. Our fuel tanks are getting low. Again, it's entirely self-inflicted, this one. And everything could go to hell very, very quickly if this doesn't get more fuel. How much do these store? Okay, they do keep some in the internal reservoir. Are there machines we can turn off to gain power? Everything's going to start breaking down again because we've run out of electronics. Even with this producing at twice the speed. Okay, let's pause that. Because there's so much stuff that needs maintenance, and if we don't get these electronics to them soon, we're not going to have the trucks running anymore. Everything will break. Okay. Conserving power. No, can't turn that one off. That one needs to keep running. How are we doing? Getting there. Conserving power is easy. Conserving fuel, not so much. Although, did we ever turn that back on? Yeah, fuel saver is on. Let's turn maintenance reduction on, because problems. We have spare food. Give me back some of this. Worker currently fine. Don't need farming boost. Balance some things. Quick deliver. 15. God damn it. The truck beat me to it. You better be bringing them this way. Why didn't you grab the other 5? There we go. Oil production back online. Self-inflicted crisis averted. Hopefully. Working on the assumption that we have actually hooked up everything when it's running. Good. I see fuel. I see light oil. Everything as it should be. Okay. I don't know how long it's going to take these to fill, but we should make those available. Oh, they're actually cheap. We can just quick craft these. Bring them online right now. Okay. Fuel production on its way. Maintenance production is the thing we now need to make sure is running again. Okay, good. Let's bring these down. Standard speed. We'll reactivate this belt. Turn these back on? Yeah, because we want power generation. We need more workers. No rubber? Is it just not being delivered or not being produced? Not being produced because the flow of this has changed. No, for the time being, let's just reroute this. And we can disassemble some of this as well. Yeah, that's okay for now. Actually, no, this is a coal mine. Priority fuel goes to the coal mine. Do these take workers? No. Unpause that pipe. We'll see whether or not this can keep up with everything. We do still have this over here running, and we currently have a decent number of... low power. Low power because... yeah, we just have too much running in a minute. Anything else we can reduce? I suppose the majority of the power is being consumed by these things. That doesn't use power. Neither of these use power. None of this use power. That uses power. Are they going to use power? No, they're not. But we can now activate some of these. Okay, it's just lots of little things that have added up to reach our power cap. Oh, and conveyors take power as well. Makes sense. Just not something you think about. We can make 5 more pickup trucks, but we need more vehicle parts, so... okay. We've reached 8 o'clock. We have restabilized, I think. Yeah, we've restabilized. We still need to get the rest of this online. Mostly that's just going to be, we need the resources at this point. We fixed our oil problem. This should last us a decent amount of time. This is 1 million. How much was in this? 40,000. So yeah, I think the oil well is going to last us a significant amount of time at current usage, or even with a little bit of extra usage. So we're not going to have to worry about oil for a while. And we are now making the best uses that we currently can out of this. Why we did that, I have no idea. All it did was cause problems, but that's what we did, and that is how it's now working. Water is potentially going to be our biggest issue still, because our primary pump is all the way over here. But everything seems to be working correctly and stable. These are starting to get up to here. There's quartz here, we have limestone here. I don't think we're going to be able to keep up making bricks until this is finished to get access to the quartz here. So I think we are going to need to use or set up something over here to make us concrete. I think that is unavoidable. But we will leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Tuesday. Hopefully not causing self-inflicted panics. We'll see what direction we're going to go. Probably we'll get our power generation sorted first, so we'll get that upgrading and ready. And while we're doing that, or while we're working on that, we'll also get online the rest of the upgrade for this primary factory we have here, so that we're not reliant on bits and pieces that we haven't upgraded yet, like the maintenance stuff that still needs to be manually delivered. But yeah, thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.